Beef Barn, this is your 15-minute warning. The judge has arrived and we will be ready to rock and roll right on time. I forgot the most important part of that announcement. This is the last call for donuts by North Salem State Bank. Get them while you can.
Attention in the barn, this is your 5-minute call, 5 minutes, and we will start the show. Attention in the barn, start bringing Class 1 Angus heifers. Start bringing Class 1 Angus heifers. We will be starting in 2 minutes. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 2025 Putnam County Beef Show. We'd like to welcome you here today for this extraordinary beef show. We are now ready for Class 1. Class 1 Angus heifers, please come into the ring. Class 2, be making your way to the makeup. Class 3, be on deck. Class 1 Angus heifers, Remington Ames, Emmy Madden. This morning, we'd like to welcome Taylor Farr from Oil City, Indiana, to judge our beef cattle. He graduated from Purdue University with a BS in Ag Econ. While at Purdue, he was a member of the livestock judging team. He is judged in 22 states with a variety of species. He currently helps his family operate Farr Stock Farms, where they raise show cattle, show pigs, while also working in Keystone Co-op. They also run a horse stud and have an annual show pig sale in the spring and have a show calf and gray cow sale in the fall. His wife Kristen and kids Scarlett and Stetson help him out on the family farm. We'd like to welcome Taylor Farr.
Is she on her Mary? morning. It's my pleasure to be here to judge our beef show for the Putnam County Fair. We get started here in our Angus heifer class. We've got a dominating heifer here to win the class. A heifer that's real functional in terms of her overall build and design. Heifer that's fluid when she gets into motion. Love the extra dimension she has. And then in terms of her center body, it gives you a good look from a side profile standpoint. She's still smooth enough and elegant enough in terms of her front 1/3. Still attractive in terms of her overall build. A May heifer that's bred plenty early. She said she bred her there in April. Gets a little concerning, but a nice heifer to go ahead and win your class. The heifer that's going to go ahead and peel out here coming in two, if you want to go ahead and just send her. A lot of the same similarities to the heifer that goes ahead and wins the class. The heifer that's going to make a good cattle on down the road. You like her in terms of her soundness and her function. Heifer that's sure-footed when she gets into motion. You know, maybe not quite as far along in terms of her condition, and that's all right when she gets out into pasture. I think a nice heifer there to be too. Let's give a round of applause and go on to our next class. Thank you.
Please be bringing Class 3 and Class 4 Angus heifers to the makeup. Class 2 coming in, Aubrey Ann Haven, Tinley Ames. Winning Class 1 was Emmy Hatton, second, Remington Ames. We'd like to welcome the Queen Court here today. We have our Queen and our Miss Congeniality, Madison Stahl. Our first runner-up, Sydney Moore. Our second runner-up, Manny Elliott. And our third runner-up, Kelly Pastor. Welcome, ladies. Also, if anyone is needing breakfast, the Rabbit Club is selling breakfast over at the Producers Building. Biscuits and gravy, breakfast sandwiches. They'll also be serving lunch.
I think when she gets into motion, she's able to pull her top back into her a little bit better. I like the extra rib shape and depth and capacity good. I like her from her length of her hooks to her pins. I like her in terms of her soundness and her angles into her hock is probably where she beats the heifer that's going to be in 2. I think a heifer, when you get right behind her, you probably like to make her a little bit wider in terms of her pin setting, give her just a shot more muscle there, but I think she's still elegant and sound enough to go ahead and win. The heifer that comes into 2, the heifer that I like in some places, she's bigger in terms of her feature, in terms of her foot size than the heifer that wins. I think a heifer that, when you kind of study her in the motion, she wants to roll up in terms of her top. She gets a little tighter in that regard. I like to just relax her there, and I probably just like to make her tie just a little bit higher out of the top side of her neck. I think if you maybe move that halter up just a little bit higher on her nose, you'd have a little better control. Give them a round of applause and a good class Angus heifer.
Winning Class 2 is Aubrey and Haven, and second, Timmy Ames. We need Class 3, Bryson Snyder now, and we need Class 4 in the makeup. Please be getting ready your first and second Angus heifers. We'd also like to thank our ring help today, Parker Hector, Sarah Fry, Grace Fry, and Kennedy Clark.
Coming 2-year-old November heifer that you got to appreciate the moderation she has. She's going to make a good moderate cow down the road, pretty forage efficient in that regard in terms of her grain size. And there's definitely benefits of having different sizes and styles of different cattle. Heifer that, you like her in terms of her pin width. She's probably one of the stouter main females of the Angus that we've seen so far. A heifer that you probably change her in terms of her transitions, right out of her shoulder
second place Angus in the makeup.
Young man brings us a good coming two-year-old, and Angus Heifer here, and I think the heifer that you really got to appreciate the dual purposeness that this heifer possesses. I know sometimes we kind of get into these show heifers, and we're trying to make them absolutely gorgeous from the side profile, and when you get in behind some of those, they disappoint you, and I think this heifer is really one of those dual purpose, because they're still going to have bulls, they're still going to have heifers, unless you're utilizing some different things that sometimes don't always work, and I think we need to keep our mindset that these animals can kind of make both sexes, no matter in the ring or out, wherever you're going to go, as high as cattle are nowadays. A heifer that you study her when he gets her stuck on a side profile, she's really elegant and pretty about her head, she's feminine in that regard. She blends extremely well, and I think she's in the right kind of shape. For a coming two-year-old, they're kind of a little bit harder maybe sometimes to keep them in check in terms of keeping them not too fleshy, because sometimes these show heifers that are eating feed most of their life want to get there. Heifer that you like her, and on the side profile, you like her from her length of her hooks to her pins. Heifer, when she gets into motion, she's probably got just a little more set than probably what I prefer when she goes in terms of her hop to the ground, and she just kind of wants to hook them just a little bit more than ideal. But a heifer that's in good shape, she's in good condition, just an ultra good heifer here. Let's give this young man a round of applause as we get into our champion drive.
Winning class 4 is Case and Ames. We now are getting ready to show for champion Angus Heifer. We need Emmy Head for class 1. We need Ariane Heyman from class 2. We need Bryson Snyder from class 3. And we need Case and Ames from class 4. We also would like to thank our sponsors for the Angus Heifer Champion and Reserve, Ken and Beth Tor, Ron Alcorn family. Please be bringing class 5 and 6 Charlotte Heifers. There's only one in each class. Be getting ready, Charlotte Composite, class 7.
Let's give all of our Angus class winners here a round of applause as well. Very nice Angus show, and there's a reason they're kind of called the business breed, and there's the most in terms of registrations of Angus cattle anywhere. And it's because of these types. I mean, they make good cows. They're productive in their life cycle for the majority of them. You know, there's obviously anything within any breed that you've got differences in the way they kind of go off to the countryside. And I think 3 of these heifers, and I thought that 4th heifer as well, actually probably all the Angus heifers are going to make good cows as they progress, just in terms of their structure, in terms of their depth and their durability. There's some things that I think those heifers all have in common that can kind of go off and be good cows and be productive in their life cycle, because I think, you know, you want these cattle to try to be productive for the next 10, 12 years. It doesn't always happen, there's no doubt about that. There's plenty of other variables that they progress. And I think when it comes down to the younger heifer and the older heifer, I think 2 heifers that are still good in their design, good in terms of their build. The young heifer, maybe not quite as attractive into her front 1/3, but you like the heifer in terms of her overall balance. She balances better out from her shoulder to her hip. She's really long and level out through that rump. The heifer is still wide enough in terms of her pin setting. You set this heifer into motion, you don't critique her or anything regard. She's still sound and flexible. The big heifer, like I just talked there in class, heifer gives you a good look from the side profile. Love the femininity and the way they kind of fed this one to kind of keep her freshened up as a heifer that's coming with her calf here in the short coming months. I think there's some give and take on both of those. You maybe change her just a touch and she gets into motion in terms of her hock place, and I just said that in the last class. I think there's just some give and take between the pair. One that suits me better as a young lady's young heifer's going to be your champion. Congratulations to her.
The champion Angus heifer goes to Emmy Hen. We need Remington Ames to come in.
Young lady that brings that second place out does a nice job for a heifer. You know, one that's going to probably be just a little bit bigger or kind as a cow, and that's okay. A heifer that, like I talked just a moment ago, the Angus heifers, I think all of them are going to make pretty good cows on down the road. These people should be proud to either take them back home, put them in the herd, and kind of keep them going. I thought it was fairly close in between my champion and reserve. Young man with the big heifer is going to be reserved. Congratulations, bro.
Third Angus heifer goes to Casey Ames. He will also be your champion in Putnam County, and we will need to pick a reserve.
Out here for Putnam County bred, they're going to do reserve, and young lady with the cowboy hat is going to be reserved. Just a real fluid type of heifer that gets out and goes. Congratulations to her.
Your reserve Putnam County Angus heifer goes to Ariane Hayden. We now need Class 5 Charolais heifers. We need Class 6 in the makeup. There's only 2 Charolais heifers, and we need Class 7 Charolais composite heifer to the makeup.
young man brings us a nice Charlotte heifer that's a little bit bigger in terms of her stature, and that's all right. She's going to be a bigger cow on down the road. A heifer that demands your attention as soon as she comes in the ring. A heifer that's really attractive in her look and her balance. I love the way her head just ties and her neck ties right out of the top side of her shoulder. Makes for a real attractive type of a female that when she not only handles herself well when she gets on the standstill, a heifer that you like in terms of her shoulder placement, being ground. Some of these Charlottes seem to be getting a little more flex and comfort right at the ground level, and if maybe beaters just a little bit for this heifer, she wants to drag her left rear just a scope. Maybe if she kind of continues to get settled in on her ring setting, she'll be a little bit better there. But heifer, you like her in terms of her muscle, like her in terms of her condition. Heifer that's still green and got a lot of upside in the future. Give that young man a round of applause.
Class 5 winner for the we need class 6 now. Class 7 being the makeup. Class 8 Canadians be making your way to the makeup.
Just a May Charlotte heifer here in our next class. Young man does a good job, not a particular breed that takes a little time and effort to keep them clean and does a good job at that. I thought both the heifers that he had are well represented, and I appreciate that when they come to a ring setting. A heifer here that is a little more moderate in terms of her length of body, a heifer that's got some shape and has some muscle in the upper portion of her skeleton. A heifer that you like her in terms of her angulation out of her front end. Heifer when she gets into stride, and I think she's all right in terms of her flex and her hop, but it just she wants to kind of short stride herself as she gets out and goes. You probably change her in terms of her lower level balance, make her match up just a little better from her brisket to her flank. That looks like she's going to have a fairly decent udder when she gets big. Young man, give her a round of applause and get into what she can start like that. We are now showing for champion Charlotte heifer, class 5, Parker Hen, class 6, Parker Hen. We want to thank our sponsors for the Charlotte heifer banners, Jim Samsel and family, Samsel Cattle Company. Give the young man here that brought you both of your Charlotte heifers a round of applause. The younger heifer that's a coming year later in September, so I got to talk to her. She's so pristine and her look just demands your attention right out of the get-go. There's something about some cattle that, well, it's any livestock that are pretty and pristine in their head and neck, and sometimes that's the first thing you take the appearance to, or just for me, and then you kind of, so you back through and then down and up and try to make your decision on whether they kind of cover the bases. I think a heifer that's real attractive, just ultra neat about her brisket in terms of her neck and setting. I like that about her. And we just talked to heifer that come out of the last class. Young man leading the right one. Congratulations to him for having a champion in the church. Congratulations.
Your champion Charlotte Heifer goes to Parker Head from Class 5. Your reserve champion goes to Parker Head from Class 6, and she will also be your champion Putnam County. We are now ready for Charlotte Composite Heifers Class 7. That is a single entry. That will be your champion. We are ready for Candy Heifers Class 8 and 9 and 10. Those are all single entries. Class 8, 9, and 10 to the makeup.
Young man brings us a nice Charlotte Composite heifer to go ahead and be your champion. A heifer that you gotta appreciate her extra stoutness, a feature that she has. She's a heavy duty kind of a female in terms of her bone work. She's still clean in terms of her joint setting for being a heavier bone type of female. I like the extra mass and power that this one has. She has muscle in the upper portion of her skeleton. Got a big old back leg into her. A heifer that impresses you when you get behind her. A heifer that's got some feature to make kind of both sexes on down the road and some steers in that regard. I like the extra three-dimensional rib shape that she has in terms of her middle rib all the way through. A heifer that probably when she gets out and goes would make her just a notch more flexible in terms of her build and the way she handles her hock. A heifer you probably just tighten her up there right in her dewlap, try to make her a little more attractive about her head and change her right there in her side. Show side teat, I don't know if it's swollen or if it's just enlarged. Just something to kind of watch out for in terms of what she does in the future and how she handles those calves on down the road. Let's give that young man a round of applause with a good Charlotte Composite heifer to your champion. Your champion Charlotte Composite goes to Graham Clark. We'd also like to thank our Charlotte Composite sponsor, Philip and Janice Fry. We are now ready for Class 8, Candy and Heifers. lady brought us a nice volley heifer here with your keys, and she gets the best out of this heifer, no doubt, getting this heifer shown and kind of showing out of her weaknesses. And I commend her on that job because she's doing an excellent job. Get to the heifer that's performed fairly well, coming going to be yearly here in September. Heifer that you like her in terms of her rear foot setting. I like her comfort and her angles in terms of that regard, the way she hits the surface and that. You probably change her the way she balances a little bit in terms of her hoof to pin setting and out her front 1/3. But the young lady gets the best out of her front end as she kind of knows that she's paid attention at home. Let's give her a round of applause and get into our next class. Congratulations.
Winning class 1 is Emily Tumall. We now need class 9, Madeline Tumall. We need class 10 in the makeup.
Young lady brings us a nice march heifer that I can appreciate in terms of her overall stoutness. The heifer that does have a touch more shoulder, but she carries that and handles herself fairly well because the heifer that is broader made when you get right behind her. And I appreciate some cattle with a little extra stoutness, and she probably has that, and that's all right. The heifer that she probably changes the way she balances just the scopes and lengthen around her head and neck in that regard. But a heifer that you like the extra stoutness, you like the extra comfort as she gets settled in and she gets out here. I like the angulation to her hop setting to the ground. I think a good heifer here for this young lady. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you.
Winning class 9, Madeline Tumall. We now need class 10, Roland Stallcroft. We need class winners from class 8 and 9 to be in the makeup for champion key heifer.
think it brings us a nice effort here to finish up in this particular division. A real high-headed kind of a female that's really attractive in terms of her head and neck setting. I love how she pulls out the top side of her shoulder. It all kinds of comes in correlation. She's maybe a nickel straighter fronted, but for cattle to be able to be that high necked and that unique kind of front end and look, they're going to be just a nickel straighter fronted. I think she's still acceptable in that regard. After that balances really well, you know, when you study her in the side profile and the upper level balance that she had, probably a heifer that would benefit if she was a little further along bred, just to give her that extra depth and capacity into her lower 1/3. But I think still an ultra neat kind of a heifer. That's still sound when she gets out here in terms of her hock and rear leg. She wanted to kind of roll that ankle up when she first came in. Once she settled in on the surface, I think she's very fine there in that regard. I think a nice heifer here to glue this guy. Give her a round of applause. Thank you.
County Class 8 winner, Class 9 winner, Class 10, showing for champion key heifer. We need Class 11 and 12 key Angus heifers in the makeup ring. We would like to thank our sponsors for the key Indian banners, Anthony Haven family, Gary and Deanna Neese. Those of you joining us, we would like to also announce our Queen Court, our Miss Congeniality and Queen, Madison Stahl, our first runner-up, Cindy Moore, our second runner-up, Maddie Elliott, and our third runner-up, Callie Pastor. Congratulations to you ladies, and thank you for being here. I would like to also announce that the Rabbit Club is serving breakfast over at the Producers Building, and they will also be having lunch.
All our class winners here around the applause at the University of Drive. We're going to have 3 different makes and molds, and that's all right. It's what makes the world go around. Everybody likes the same thing. You wouldn't be in a good place. I think it's fine to have cattle that are in different types and different conditions and in different settings and environments, different kind of cattle. It just all depends on what works for you and what you can kind of upsell them to offspring, what type of cattle that you're going to make. And I think, you know, it boils down to these older heifers over on my left, black one and black and white one. I think you can talk your way into either one of them. They both need change in an area or two. I think it comes down to just a little more personal. Probably comes down just a little more personal preference, whether you want a little more look and balance and just a little more soundness, or you got the other heifer that's probably just a little bolder in terms of a rib shape or depth and design, a real comfortable type of heifer, not as attractive in its beautiful shoulder and head, right good in that regard. But for me, it just comes down, I think the one that I like best is the young lady, black and white's going to be champion, the black heifer is going to be the
Your champion key heifer goes to Berlin Stall. We need class 11 key Angus heifers. In the ring, we need class 12 in the makeup. Please beginning those Hereford class 13 ready to the makeup ring. There's only one heifer in class 12. We will be picking champions, key Angus, and we'll be ready for class 13.
Nice effort here in this division, and one thing kind of stands out when this effort gets into the ring setting is effort is big in terms of her foot size, and I like that in terms of her spread, her toes, in terms of that regard. She's big-footed. An effort that bounces fairly good from her shoulder to her hooks. Effort that's probably a little greener in terms of her condition. She probably just needs a little more time to kind of continue to. She's not the most four-rib shape, so I think an effort that would benefit from more time on feet, and the further along she gets, an effort when she goes away from you, you probably change the way she handles her hawk. She wants to be just a notched cow hawk as she goes away with you. But as they kind of say, some cattle that are a cow hawk do have a little more longevity as they get out into a pasture setting. Young lady did a nice job getting herself. Give her a round of applause as we touch her chin. Thank you.
Class 13 Hereford heifer making your way to the makeup.
that's still good enough in terms of her soundness and motion to make a good cow on down the road. Let's give this young lady a round of applause. Brought us a nice heifer here. Does a good job.
We are now ready for champion key Angus heifer. We need class 11, Ryan Wagner, class 12, Isabel Blades. We would also like to thank our sponsors for the key Angus banners, Joe and Angela Mann family, and WCI Cattle AI service. We need class 13 Hereford heifers, Ray Warnfeld, Waylon Blades, and Manny Lawson in the makeup.
Give both of these young ladies a round of applause here in our champion drive. The key Angus breed, I know they continue to add different kind of makeups, and I think it's a complementary cross between these two breeds. You get the Chianina with just a little more presence and a little more muscle shape, probably just a little more size and scale, and then you put it in the Angus breed to try to give them a little more longevity, a little more depth and dimension, and just maybe a little more cow power to kind of revive out in the pasture. And I think it's a good complementary cross. And I'd say both these heifers kind of, show the traits of both of these breeds, putting them together. Especially one of them, I just think just does it a little bit better in terms of her balance and a side profile standpoint. And when she gets into motion, I just think you just kind of sort these two on balance, and she's got that extra length and extension and that extra look from the side profile. Young ladies, big heifer's going to be your champion. Young ladies, little heifer's going to be your champion. Congratulations to them.
Champion key Angus over to Isabella Blades. She will also be your Putnam County champion, and your reserve goes to Ryan Wagner. We are now getting ready to show class 13 Hereford heifers, and we need class 14 in the makeup. We would also like to thank our ring note today. We have Parker Hacker, Kennedy Clark, Sarah Fry, and Grace Fry. We'd also like to welcome Taylor Farr, our judge today. He is from Royal Center, Indiana. He graduated from Purdue University with a BS in Ag Econ. While at Purdue, he was a member of the livestock judging team. He has also judged in 22 states with a variety of species. He currently helps his family operate Farr's dog farms, where they raise show cattle and show pigs, while also working at Keystone Co-op. They also run a boar stud, and they have an annual show pig sale in the spring and a show calf and bred cow sale in the fall. His wife Kristen and kids Scarlett and Stetson help him out on the family farm. Let's welcome Taylor Farr.
Good trio of perfect heifers here to get us kicked off, and the young lady just brings us the most problem-free heifer in this particular drive. The heifer, when she gets set into motion, she's the most comfortable in terms of her foot setting. A heifer that's going to have a pretty high quality udder, I think, on down the road for a breed that needs some work in that regard. A heifer that still balances fairly well in the upper portion of her skeleton. I think she's long and level out through her rump. A heifer you maybe change to make her a little more attractive into her front 1/3 and tuck her up in terms of her brisket and her front end. But I thought this is a problem-free kind of a heifer to go ahead and start. The crew of three have got some subtle differences. Young man, if you want to go ahead and peel around. I thought this was just a more comfortable female when she got into motion. She's sounder, she's more fault-free in that regard. A heifer that still balances, a heifer that's probably bigger in terms of her feature, in terms of her foot, just right at the ground. A heifer that I like her in terms of her balance. Yes, she's not as attractive or stout as the heifer that's going to conclude the class, but I think a heifer that's probably got just a little more future just in terms of her soundness and her flex and her hop to go ahead and be in two. Young man brings us a nice, stout, powerful heifer here to be in three. I really like the horn heifer in terms of the extra muscle and bone and foot size, but I think she just gets a little too rigid off of both ends of her skeleton. She gets a little more concerning about her future in that regard. She's straighter about her shoulder. Like I said, I definitely think she's more attractive. She's one of the most attractive in this particular class. You know, one of the heavier bone ones, especially for this breed. But just her angulation and from her cycle to her hop to the ground, I think she's just too straight for me to go with her. Congratulations to them. Good class of heifers.
Winning class 13 was Maddie Lawson, second was Ray Weintraub, and third Waylon Blaze. We are now ready for class 14, Taylor Underwood.
young lady brings us a nice Hereford heifer here in January. A heifer that's more mellow in terms of her size and scale, and that's all right. You know, Hereford breed's mostly known for some docility and some easy fleshing ability, and I think some of these can be a little harder to bring back. But I think this heifer should be fine in that regard because she looks comfortable in her build. She gets out and reaches and hits the surface with stride as she continues to go through the ring setting. I love that about her. I like the way she bounces out there from her shoulder all the way back out through her hip. I like that. After she maybe change her in terms of her condition, she is getting a little more fleshier, which kind of degrades her in terms of her look just a little bit from her side profile standpoint right through her brisket and front end. But sound comfortable, good looking cow that's going to be on down the road. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you.
We are now showing for champion Hereford heifers. We need class 13 Maddie Lawson and class 14 Taylor Underwood. We also need class 15 Mini Hereford to the makeup ring, and we need class 16 limousine heifers to the makeup, with 17 standing by.
Give both of our class winning Hereford heifers a round of applause. If you will. I think two nice heifers that are going to make good cows on down the road, and I like them in terms of the way they're a little more traditional colored Herefords with the feather up top of their neck, and then as they continue to try to work pigmentation into this breed, I think you can kind of see that they're trying to work that into them, and both these heifers are starting to have that in terms of their eye and that collar. I think will be good on down the road if that breed can continue to accept that. I think we get out here, we've got two heifers that, like I said, I think will make good cows on down the road. They look like their teeth size is going to be more ideal and more where they kind of need to be to have some longevity to them. The heifer that I just prefer just a little bit better in terms of the way she balances. She's got a little more dimension and shape in terms of her setting, in terms of her body condition. The young lady's younger heifer is going to be your champion. We'll bring out that set.
Heifer goes to Maddie Lawson. We need Ray Weintraut. And Maddie was also your Putnam County champion.
Young man brought us that second place heifer, and like I talked to her in class, a heifer that you like her in terms of her soundness and her design in that regard, how she handles her hop and covers the surface. I think the heifer that's still the next best in terms of her angulation, heifer that balances good in terms of her shoulder to her hip. She's fleshy enough for me, but I think she's the next best one. Young lady's big heifer is going to be a reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve heifer goes to Taylor Underwood. She will also be your reserve Putnam County. We are now ready for mini Herefords, class 15. We need to have class 16 and 17 limousines in the makeup.
just a touch better than when she kind of fighting and trying to get out in the ring. But a heifer that you like her in terms of her balance, her length of skeleton is fairly good. A heifer that you'd probably give her just a little more depth. I think she said she's right at a year old, so maybe a heifer that's just a little greener in her pattern, and that's all right as she continues to go. I think many Herefords are kind of still has their place, whether you're a small acre setting or they are fairly gentle breed, and being able to get young kids started in this project, I think it's a good option for several folks. Let's give this young man a round of applause for the chief committee member.
Congratulations to Waylon Bruce on champion Mini Hereford. We are now ready for Class 16 limousine heifers, Nolan Brooksberry and Jace Wagner. We would like to thank our sponsors for the Hereford Heifer Awards, Sherman W. Hacker family, Garrett Thompson family. We would also like to thank the Mini Hereford Awards, Rodney Simpson and family. Also would like to let everyone know that as soon as the heifer show is over, we'll be taking a 1-hour lunch break, and we will resume with the steer show and then showmanship. Also, we have a box for suggestions for the beef superintendent, and I would like to introduce our beef superintendent for the second year in the beef barn, Lane and Josie Hacker. Give them a round of applause. They've done a wonderful job. There's only one name going to go into the box, and it will be Lane Hacker again.
Really nice effort here to get you started in this breed, get your blood pumping, there's no doubt about it. I just love the way this heifer she's a combination heifer. She's still stout in terms of her bone work and her feature. She has some muscle. I like that about her, but she's still elegant and smooth enough when she gets into motion. She's able to cover her tracks as she gets out there. You start to break down the heifer and you just love the way she bounces. You love her. She's good enough in terms of her shoulder for me to just a bit of a bigger turn of her shoulder. wedges extremely well when you get in right behind her. You know, a heifer that still progresses with more width and dimension as she comes. She looks like she's going to have a beautiful udder as she comes. She's kind of got the right T size and right kind of development. She's a good performing type of a heifer. I think just a very, very high quality heifer. Young man should be proud to have that lead on that one. She's real good. The heifer that comes in two, a heifer that in her own right, and I know a lot of judges will say that, and they're like, oh, it's a, you know, it's an own right or it's in close. But you start to study this heifer, and she's still feminine about her head. You like the length and slickness that she has up through her front 1/3. She's still good in terms of her bone and her foot size. She's not as powerful as that one. Everybody can see that. But a heifer that gets out and goes, she's fluid in terms of her motion. I like her ambulation. I think this heifer's better days are ahead of her because as she continues to get bigger and progresses, there's not much wrong with her. So, I mean, I think she's going to continue to get better and better as she gets further along. I just think she ran into a really, really good one. And I think this heifer is really good in her own right. She's just not quite there in terms of her condition. She's just not quite there far in terms of her just maturity pattern. But a really nice pair of heifers. Give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Winning class 16 is Owen Roxbury. Second, Jace Wagner. We are now ready for class 17, Bailey Henn. Please be bringing up class 18, maintainer heifers.
Another outstanding heifer here in the limousine drive, and you don't always get to see the amount of quality and comfort that these animals possess at every show, and they should be very proud of them. I think if you're kind of a backdrop picture taker, this one's for you. I think a heifer that you love the extra depth and dimension that she has. She's got the right kind of ambulation and just comfort out from her hop to her ground. She's long and level out through her hip. I think a heifer that gives you a beautiful side profile. She's really pushed in and tucked in terms of her shoulder setting. I think a heifer for me, you probably want to clean her up and extend her up to her front 1/3 just a bit. And I'd like to just see her with just a little more cow power right when you get her right behind her. But just like I said, just a silhouette is beautiful from a side profile standpoint. You gotta like that, a very high quality one here. Let's give this young lady a round of applause. It'll be interesting to see them out here.
Winning class 17 is Bailey Henn. They are now showing for champion limousine heifer. We need class 16, Owen Roxbury, and class 17, Bailey Henn. Please be bringing class 18, maintainer heifers to the ring. We would like to thank our sponsors, Jason Clark family, Gene Beck family, Joe and Angela Mann for being sponsors for our awards today.
give both of these exhibitors a round of applause here in this drive. As a judge going from various places to places, it's always fun when you are not expecting it because, you know, this particular breed, I know they've progressively gotten better here in the last short term, 4 or 5 years, between a few cows and bulls that have kind of moved them into the whole realm of things. And they've just been continuing to get more popular. I think both these heifers are extremely high quality. They're different in their types and kinds. The young man brought us a heifer, like I talked in class. Love the extra foot size and stoutness that this one possesses. A heifer, when she gets right behind her, she's still got enough power in terms of her pin setting. She's got plenty of muscle, good in terms of her cycle. For a heifer with that kind of muscle and power, she's still good enough on her move. The heifer is still good in terms of her depth and her dimension from a side profile standpoint. Still clean and sleek enough up to her front 1/3. And then we get to the heifer that a coming 2-year-old, like I just talked to her in class. So a really beautiful side profile type heifer. Love the extra length from her hooks to her pins. Love the extra comfort when she hits the surface. She's extremely comfortable in the way her foot hits the surface. She's got that extra depth and capacity. Just maybe shorter in terms of her neck, maybe not quite as powerful. So there's a little give and take. There's one that's just a little more my speed. Young man's first place.
Champion limousine heifer goes to Owen Wilkes-Barre. We need James Wagner in for reserve. Owen was also your Putnam County champion.
A tremendous limousine show, and all these exhibitors should be proud of what they've done and what they've accomplished. That's the best set of trio limousine heifers that you'll see at a lot of places. There's no doubt about that. And I commend them, the breeders and the exhibitors, to get them ready. I thought it was fairly close between those two. It was a personal preference of just a little extra stoutness for me. But this big heifer is way too good to leave out. She's fiercely reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve champion limousine heifer goes to Bailey Haddon, and that will make Jace Wagner your reserve Putnam County. We are now ready for class 18 maintainer heifers. We need Hunter Haddon and Roland Stahlkoff. Get ready, class 19 in the makeup ring.
Nice pair of heifers here, and anytime you can kind of just put a little bit of splash of white on their forehead, I think they're just that much more attractive, and I like body type cattle. I probably need to continue to make more of them there at home, but we're getting to the heifer here. Young man does a good job of getting this one stuck and getting her sold, just getting her a look there. I like the extra bone and foot size she has. I think she could transition just a little bit better out of her shoulder to her neck. I'd like to just shove her in there just a scotch and just kind of just extend her and make her just a shot more feminine to her front 1/3. I like the extra power and pin setting that she has when you get right behind her. The heifer, when she gets into motion, she handles herself is a notch straighter in the way she's built up. But I think a heifer that handles herself good enough as she gets into motion. But a good heifer that would be your class winner. Congratulations to that young man. The heifer that's going to peel out next in the second. The heifer that you like her in terms of her looseness and structure. The heifer that you like her in her extra softness of rib. The heifer that's maybe not quite as high performing as the heifer right ahead of her. But a heifer that's still smoother in terms of her shoulder. Really good in her angulations. Maybe gets a little bit longer in terms of her heel and her toe setting. But I think a heifer that's got some longevity kind of built into this heifer as she gets out into the cow pasture. Young lady does a nice job. Give them a round of applause as they go back.
Winning class 18 was Hunter Henry. Second was Berlin Spellcroft. We need class 19, Charlie Tumall. Please be getting ready, class 20 shorthorn heifers. Class 20 shorthorn heifers.
Lady does a good job getting this one stuck. It's not always the easiest when you're out here by yourself, but you can tell you put the time and effort into getting this effort the way she wants to present her and get her set up. The heifer, when you get into her, a heifer that's pretty dimensional in terms of her rib cage, in terms of her just fleshing ability, I think will be good. A notch bigger in terms of her frame and her overall length, and that's all right as they continue to want to take cattle higher. The heifer that is probably got just a little better in terms of her, I don't know, we always want them so level rumped and we want to just make them as show animals. You know, she's got probably the ideal setting for a cow that you'll probably never have to pull a hip out between her hooks to her pins. I don't want to curse her, but a heifer that's got that just natural cow slope out of that hip to kind of be a progressive cow in that regard, and one that kind of takes care of herself. And that's all right. That's good to have those around. Young lady does a good job. Give her a round of applause and we'll get into our champion drive. Thank you.
Winning class 19 is Charlie Tumall. We need class 18 winner Hunter Henry. And class 19, Charlie Tumall. Please be getting class 20, 21, and 22 shorthorn heifers in the makeup.
both of these individuals a round of applause and their maintainers. Two good classes of heifers and heifers that have their own spots in the future. There's no doubt about that. There's a heifer out here, just has just a little more appearance in the show ring, show heifer setting. I like her in terms of her extra foot size in her bone. I like her in terms of her extra pattern and muscle that she has out through her hip. Young man's body heifer is going to be your champion. Congratulations to him.
Our heifer goes to Hunter Head. We need Burling Stallcock. And Hunter is not a Putnam County calf. We will need to pick a champion, Putnam County and reserve.
Drop that second place effort. It's a fairly close decision between these two pair of heifers. I think there's one just in terms of her comfort and her extra capacity. I like her in terms of her futuristic, in terms of being a really good cow on down the road. Young lady's big heifer that's fighting her is going to be your reserve. The champion county bred. That was going to be a reserve. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Your reserve champion goes to Charlie Tumor, who is also your champion, Putnam County, and then Berlin's Dog Cup is your reserve, Putnam County. We need class 20 shorthorn heifers in the minor, with 21 and 22 in the makeup. A reminder that we will be taking an hour lunch break after the heifer show, and then we'll resume with steers, followed by showmanship. We will also be having the grand drive at 7 o'clock tonight, starting with heifers and then steers. 7 o'clock tonight, grand drive.
Young lady brings us a young heifer here that patterns well from a side profile standpoint. Like the extra elevation that she has, she's going to be a bigger in terms of her kind and nature. I like her from her length of her hooks to her bend. She balances well. She's got her tail head set right into her. The heifer that's coming along in terms of her depth and composition. The heifer that you probably change her just in terms of her balance is kind of a little more detracting in terms of her collar pattern. Throws you off just a nickel. I think she's probably good enough in terms of her smoothness and short, but just kind of just elevate her and extend her out to the front end a bit. Like the extra balance she has, like her in terms of just the way she handles her hooks to her bends, being tall right there and set really well. Give her a round of applause. Nice heifer there to be your class winner.
Winner and reminder, we now need class 21, Allie Fielding. Class 22 in the makeup, Bentley Deer.
Young lady brings us a nice heifer here that you sure got to appreciate her in terms of her size and skeletal. I think a heifer that's good doing. You like the extra depth and capacity. She's still three-dimensional in the midsection. I like that about her. She's still flat and smooth out of her shoulder. A heifer that's still sound and functional when she gets into motion. I like that about her. The heifer, when she gets the best out of her in the side profile standpoint, but you probably want to just clean this one up and extend her out to her front 1/3. But I think a high-quality heifer that sure looks like she's done well, looks like she's easy doing, and conventional in terms of her depth and just her doability, I'd say is extremely high. Congratulations to her as she exits the ring. We'll get on to our next class. Thank you.
Class 21 is Ellie Fielding. We now need class 22, Emily Gear. Class 20 winner, class 22 winner being the makeup for the champion drive. We also need Shore plus heifer, class 23, and one or two more to be making her way to the makeup.
Young man brings us a really nice shorthorn heifer here that I like a lot of things about. A heifer that's a little more dual purpose than maybe the two heifers we saw ahead of her in terms of being able to just generate the next generation. A heifer that you like her in terms of her bone and her foot size. A heifer that's still adequate and smooth enough in terms of her shape and her muscle. A heifer that, you know, as she gets out, she can be just a notch more coordinated in her hop, just as goes when she gets out and goes. I like the extra depth and dimension she has. She balances extremely well at her lower level balance from her brisket to her flank. I like that about her. I have to probably benefit from just a little bit tighter foot job just in her shoulder and her tail, but I think a heifer that's still got enough quality in terms of just her extra stoutness and her look ahead of her shoulder. A good heifer here to win this class. Give this young man a round of applause.
Winning class 22 is Bentley Deer. We now need class 20, Emma Minor, class 21, Allie Fielding, class 22, Bentley Deer for champion showhorn heifer. We also need class 23 plus heifers to the makeup.
good trio of shorthorns that have some future into them, a breed that we raised quite a few of them there at home, and I sure like this breed. They do come in all shapes and sizes, and that's all right. I think we need to continue to keep some diversity in each one of these breeds and being able to utilize both bulls and then different ends of the spectrum to kind of continue to make better cattle. I think as we get out here, it's about kind of like the limousine drive. We've got the middle heifer here that gives you an awesome look from the side, just her extra depth and comfort that she has down low. The heifer, when she gets into motion, she's extremely flexible. She's extremely comfortable under the surface setting, tucked in terms of her shoulder. You like that about her. A heifer that just carried just a little more in terms of her look, in terms of her brisket, not quite as stout. And then we got the heifer that came out in the last class that does have just a little more pack of a punch in terms of her bone, in terms of her muscle, but she's not too round muscle. I want to say that because this heifer does have a little more muscle, but there's not, I mean, she's not round in any regard. She's still flat in terms of her muscle, and I like that about her. I think she's real attractive in terms of her look, the head of her shoulder. I think a really nice heifer. The young man's red and white's going to be your champion. Young lady in the middle, the predominantly red heifer's going to be your reserve. Congratulations to them.
Champion shorthorn heifer goes to Midley Deer, which will be your Putnam County champion as well. And then Allen Fielding will be your reserve. We do not have a reserve Putnam County for that. We now need your shorthorn plus heifers class 23 in the ring. We are needing 24 and 25 scimitar heifers in the makeup.
Lady brings us a nice heifer here that's got some cow power in terms of her overall look and design. The heifer is still functional in the way she's built. She's got some longevity built into her. The heifer that you like her in terms of her udder development, or her teeth size there. I think she's gonna have a pretty deep and tidy udder when she gets big. Heifer is still gentle in nature. A heifer that you maybe change her in terms of the way she bounces, just a scope and stout her up. But a heifer that's got the right kind of angulation and slope out to her hip, a problem-free kind of cow in the future. Young lady does a nice job. Give her a round of applause.
Your champion shorthorn plus heifer goes to Emily Tumar. We now need class 24 Grand Card scimitar heifers. 25 and 26, please be making your way to the makeup. Emily is also your Putnam County shorthorn plus champion.
young man brings us a nice heifer here to get started in our next breed. A heifer that's probably more dimensional and deeper sided in terms of just having a bigger setting and just that natural depth that probably we saw. It all kind of makes some sense when you start to break down the heifer. She's a little more moderate in terms of her length of body, but I think a heifer that's still long enough after her hooks to her fin. She has some shape, she has some dimension in terms of her muscle when you get right behind her. That you maybe transition her just a notch better out of the top side of her leg in terms of her shoulder setting and maybe just give her a shot more rear bone. But I think a real nice effort here to get us kicked off. Congratulations to that young man.
Winning class 24, Green Clark. We now need class 25, Luke Hill, with 26 in Jamaica. We need Berkeley Oliver, Riley Castillo, John Pell, and Allie Wheeler.
Young man brings us a nice heifer here. You've got to appreciate her length of skeleton and length of her spine. The heifer that's long enough body, and she's still smooth enough and elegant into her front 1/3 that she's attractive in her build. I like that about her. I like the way she handles out of her front end and her skeleton. Heifer that's adequate in terms of her muscle shape and her design there. The heifer, when you get her into motion, just wants to push out just a nickel in terms of her hop placement. I like to just make her a little more secured and comfortable as she gets out and goes. The young man's doing a nice job. Heifer's got some future to her. Let's give her a round of applause as he exits the ring. terms of her lower level bounce. But heifer that you gotta appreciate when you get right behind her, she's still wide in her pin set, has some shape, has some muscle. Heifer that's gonna come out here in two, a little more traditional in terms of her head and neck and the cymbals. A heifer that you like her in terms of her length from her hooks to her pins. A heifer again that's still comfortable, and then when she gets into motion, I like that about her. A heifer that just doesn't quite have as much shape when you get right behind her. It maybe just a little more detracting in terms of her brisket and her overall depth right ahead. I like to kind of just extend her up through there. Shoulder back, very good. Ground setting, very good. Nice heifer to be in two. The heifer that's going to come in three is a heifer that's a little bit bigger in terms of her nature. A heifer that's going to be a bigger cow on down the road. And as they continue to make cattle bigger and bigger and prices go up, and I don't see any stopping point but in that regard. But you know, a heifer that should have those bigger frame cattle in their offspring that are able to get to those 1,100 pounds that some of those packers are wanting. A heifer that's still good in terms of her angulation, in terms of her soundness. A heifer that's still extremely neat about the head, top side of her neck and her shoulder, and I like that. I like to just see this heifer just a little softer in her overall build, just a little more depth in terms of her front forward, but a very good heifer to go. That's going to make a good cow on down the road. A little more moderate natured heifer, kind of like our class winner here to be in four. I like some things about her in terms of her bone and her foot size. A heifer that's a good dual purpose in terms of her muscle shape and her depth and just the way she kind of blends it all together. I like that about her. A heifer, when you set her into motion, she just gets a notch more uncoordinated. I just want to see she gets a little straighter in terms of her hock. It all starts at the top side of her skeleton and moves down. I like to just see where there's a little more flex, just to have her have a little more longevity as she goes into the field and as she becomes a cow. Young man's doing an excellent job. Give her a round of applause.
Winning class 26, Ripley Oliver, Allie Fielding second, Riley Castile third, and Joan Bell fourth. We are now showing for champion scimitar heifers. We need class 24, Graham Clark, class 25, Luke Bell, and class 26, Ripley Oliver. Please be making your way to the makeup ring, class 27, Sim Solution heifers. We would like to thank our sponsors, Jim Samsel and family, Hardcore Family Farm, Merkle Family Shorthorns, Pages Paul Wilfords, for your donation and sponsorship.
Give all of our class winners here, our scimitar driver, a round of applause, if you will. A good scimitar show, and it just shows their variation within this breed and what people are trying to do, whether you're trying to make them bigger, whether you're trying to make them a little softer and easier doing. As the scimitar breed, you know, they've got a little bit of variance in that regard, and that's okay. I think these scimitar cattle, I've got a handful of them there at home. Some of them do need just to be softer in their overall makeup. That'll help their breed back in that regard. And I think we've got a young heifer that's exceptional in terms of her depth and dimension. We've got a heifer in the middle that's just a little more in between in terms of her condition, in terms of her stage of the game and stage of the life. Then we've got a heifer that's a little closer in terms of just where she's kind of finishing up towards the tail end of her show career. I think just an exceptional heifer in terms of her build, her depth, her overall eye appeal from a size standpoint. Then we have to come out last class going to be
expensive. Ripley Oliver, we need Allie Fielding in for reserve.
bring the second place heifer out. And like I just talked over in this last class, a heifer that's good and exceptional in terms of her movement, in terms of her comfort level. I like that about her. I like the angulation she has from her shoulder back. I think she balances extremely well, not only in her upper portion of her skeleton, but also in terms of her condition down low. She's the next best one. Congratulations to her.
The reserve heifer goes to Allie Fielding. She will also be your champion, Putnam County. We need to pick a reserve Putnam County. We need John Bell.
Got a pair of heifers here for your Reserve County Red. There's one that's just got a little more cow power, a little more depth, a little more ideal in terms of the way she gets out and goes. Young man here in the out front's going to be your Reserve County Red. Congratulations to him.
Your reserve Putnam County goes to Graham Clark. We now need class 27 Sim Solution heifers in the ring. Chloe Oliver, Tinley Knotts, Chase Harcourt. We need class 28 to the makeup, Hunter Head.
disagree with you because I think there's strengths among each one of these particular animals that you can kind of go up and run. I think the one that produces the most high-valued offspring is the young man's baldy heifer that goes ahead and wins. Gives you an exceptional look from a side profile standpoint. I like how elegant and smooth she is out of the top side of her shoulder in terms of her head and neck placement. I think she's ideal in terms of her condition. Being able to have not only upper level balance, but lower level balance. I like her running the way she goes out of her front end. I like her in terms of her muscle shape and design standpoint. I'll be the first to admit, when she gets out and goes, this heifer just doesn't want to quite reach and nail her step. I think she's sufficient in her stride, but I would definitely going to be point that out where 2 is better in that area. I think a nice heifer to go ahead and win. A little more Angus dominated heifer here going to be in 2. A heifer that is extremely fault-free in a lot of areas. I mean, when she gets out into motion, you gotta appreciate this one. She's got good feature in terms of her foot size. Maybe not as heavy boned as the heifer or the heifer, but I think, a heifer that's really good in her design. I love when this one gets into motion. I think that's one of her best attributes, being able to nail her step. She's built extremely well in her skeleton integrity. Heifer that balance is very good. She's still smooth enough in terms of her shoulder. I think a very high quality heifer to be in 2. Like I said, I think a very good class here. Nice heifer to be in 2. The heifer that comes in 3, probably the heifer that I liked the best as soon as she came into the ring. A heifer that's got a little more shape and a little more muscle. In that regard, a heifer that's still smooth enough in terms of her shoulders. She's still good enough when she gets into motion. I like to change the way she balances. I like to push her tail head down just to relax and set in her just a little bit better. And I like to just extend her out to her front 1/3. But one that I'd be sure proud of, I think's got a good feature ahead of her. Probably as well presented as any we've seen. Congratulations to them. Give them a round of applause.
Winning class 27, Chase Rutherford. Second, Chloe Oliver. Third, Kinley Knox. We now need class 28, Hunter Head, with 29 in makeup. Please be getting ready. Class 30, AOD heifers, Douglas Lawson.
Nice march effort here. That's still pretty in terms of her stance, and I like that about her. He gets her set and making her present it the best of her ability. I like that about her. A heifer that gives you a pretty good look from a side profile standpoint. A heifer, as she gets into motion, she's not quite as flexible and gets out and goes as well. She's probably not as more dimensional in terms of her rib setting. I'd just like to give her a notch more forward, kind of just help expand that heifer from end to end. But a heifer that gives you a good look from a side profile, like I just said, she's pretty in terms of her stance. does a great job getting her shown. Give them a round of applause. Thank you.
Class 28, Hunter Head, County Class 29, Braylon Bruce. Please be bringing Class 27 winner, Chase Hartford, 28, Hunter Head to the makeup. Also, please bring Class 30 AOB Heifer, Douglas Lawson to the makeup.
Brings us a neat collar, chromed up, kind of a heifer that's attractive, a heifer that you got to appreciate the extra stoutness that this one possesses, a heifer that's more moderate in terms of her length, but you know, when you get on top of this one, I really like how three-dimensional this heifer is. She's got that big rib into her, she's got that extra capacity and just durability in terms of the center portion of her rib. She's still got plenty of shape and muscle, and I like that about her. A heifer that when you get her into motion, she just needs to be just maybe a little more comfortable riding from her hop to the ground, right at her ankle more so than anything. She wants to just roll up right there just a bit. I'd like to just see her hit the surface just a little more comfort as she gets out and goes. But a nice heifer. I like her in terms of her frame size and her stoutness. Give the young man a round of applause. Thank you.
We are now showing for champion Sim Solution heifers, the Chase Hartford, Hunter Head, and Braylon Bruce. Please be bringing Class 30 AOB Douglas Lawson to the makeup. We would also like to thank some of our sponsors, Cox Trucking, Poet Biorefining, Ryan Clark and Family, Triple F Farms, Ocala Valley Farms, Jared and Melissa Hatt.
Give all your Sim Solution heifers here a round of applause and their class. I think we got some nice heifers to sort through if you're tired of the show. I kind of talked to them briefly in every one of them classes. I think there's one out here just in terms of her look and her presence and just her ability to make a little more high-value offspring. The one that fits me best is the young man, the cowboy heifer.
Your champion Sim Solution heifer goes to Chase Hartford. He will also be your champion Putnam County. We now need Chloe Oliver in full reserve.
young lady brings that second place heifer out, and like I talked to her in class, I think the more I talked about her, the more I liked her. You know, a heifer that's just so fluid in her motion, just so good in terms of her build. I thought one of the better classes of that day. I'm not going to keep them apart. She's going to have your reserve. Congratulations to her.
Goes to Chloe Oliver. We need a reserve Putnam County.
Here for your reserve county bred. You know, I think there's some similarities in these heifers. I think the black and white one, stout, powerful heifer, just doesn't quite get out and go. Then the heifer that comes out of that next class, the heifer that's got the right kind of angulation, the right kind of comfort level, should be a reserve county bred. Congratulations to that young man.
Reserve County goes to Hunter Matt. Coming in is class 30, A.O. Douglas Lawson. We need class 31 crossbred heifers to make their way to the makeup. We need Shane O'Donnell, Parker Haddon, Charlie Tumon, Colin O'Donnell, and Bailey Haddon. Class 31 will be our last class for this morning. We will take an hour lunch break, and then we'll be resumed with the steers.
Young man brings you your champion AOB with the wagon heifer, and it's a good duo. There's definitely been some time spent and effort with this young man and this cow, or this becoming cow. You know, she's really quiet in her nature. You know, a breed that is continuing to gain popularity, not only for their, you know, they're mostly docility, but I think they're most known for their meat quality. You know, that just extra intermuscular fat, and you know, gives you that good eating experience. And this is a nice cow. She's got a good udder kind of coming on in terms of her teeth side. She's got the right kind of angulations in terms of her soundness and her balance. One that I would project to make a long-term kind of project, long-term cow for this young man and his family. Let's congratulate him as he exits the ring for doing a fine job.
He goes to Douglas Lawson. He will also be your champion in Putnam County. We now need class 31 crossbred heifers.
Next on the way here to finish in our crossbred drive, the young lady in the pink shirt is going to drive your champion crossbred heifer. I think just an exceptional heifer when you get her in the motion, and then when you kind of get her stuck on a side profile standpoint, her smoothness of shoulder, her length of hip. I like that about her. She's still good enough in terms of the way she lower level balances extremely well. I love the extra rib and depth and dimension she has. Stands on a bigger foot and bone than the heifer that's going to be in two. Heifer, you maybe just make her a little longer about her head and neck, but I think an exceptional heifer to go ahead and be your champion. Young man brings us a real nice heifer to be in two, and I think Paul is type and kind of that heifer that is champion. I like how fluid she is in terms of her motion. She angles extremely well from her shoulder knee to her front end. I like that. The presence that she has in that regard. She's still attractive in terms of her shoulder setting. You know, maybe a heifer that's not quite as heavy duty as the heifer right ahead of her, but I think a heifer that's still got a lot of upside. I'd probably give her a shot more punch right when you get right behind her in terms of her muscle shape. A good heifer to be reserved. Red Rock, the heifer that comes out next, I thought balanced up pretty well for the young man. I thought a heifer that still had some shape and some dimension, still had some muscle in that regard. I thought maybe not quite as attractive as the 1 and 2 if you just want to go ahead on out. I think does a good job, heifer started to fight here, but I thought just a nice heifer there. The silver ball heifer that is going to come out next, you know, a real smooth, elegant type of a female that's really flat in the shoulder. She's really sound and comfortable in her movement. I like her in terms of what her udder development is, in terms of her petite size in that regard. A heifer that's maybe just need to be stouter in terms of her overall makeup, change her in terms of just making her a little more stouter from end to end, but a nice heifer, got some future to her, somebody does a nice job. The heifer that's going to conclude the class, young man, sorry, changing my name, heifer with the black quality heifer that's got some, has a little muscle, has a little rib. I like her in terms of her length of her spine,
show, we will resume at 12:45, starting with steers. Anyone needing to get lunch, the rabbits are serving lunch over at the producer's building, and we will all see you back at 12:45. one tomorrow. Please report to the makeup ring. Be getting ready your Class 2 Angus steers, Aubrey and Haven.
Yeah, like anyone would get it here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are ready to start the steer show. We need Class 1 prospect steers in the ring. Class 2 Angus steers be in the makeup, and Class 3 as well. There's only one steer in Class 2 and one in Class 3. We'd like to welcome you back to the Putnam County Beef Show. We'd like to recognize our Queen Court, if they're all here, our Queen and Miss Congeniality, Madison Stahl, our first runner-up, Sydney Moore, second runner-up, Maddie Elliott, and our third runner-up, Callie Pascal. We thank you for being here. We would also like to thank the ring help today. We have Parker Hacker, Kennedy Clark, Sarah Fry, and Grace Fry. Also judging on our beef show today is Taylor Farr. He is from Royal Center, Indiana. He graduated from Purdue University with a BS in Ag Econ. While at Purdue, he was a member of the livestock judging team. He has judged in 22 states with a variety of species. He currently helps his family operate Farr stock farms where they raise show cattle and show pigs, while also working at Keystone Co-op. They also run a boar stud and have an annual show pig sale in the spring and have a show calf and bred cow sale in the fall. His wife Kristen and kids Scarlett and Stetson help him out on the family farm. We'd like to welcome Taylor Farr for judging our beef show. This year at the beef barn, we have 3 10-year all beef years members. We have Brooklyn Oliver, Liliana Stanley, Frederick Mann. We also have a 10-year member in the beef barn that's not a 10-year beef, but it is Hunter Haddon. We'd like to congratulate all 4 of them.
off here after our lunch break in our feeder calf division. The young lady brought us a nice show steer here to go ahead and be your grand champion. A heifer that she, or a steer that she liked in terms of his bone and his circumference, his foot size. A calf that still has some shape and muscle when you study him outside through his hip. A calf that's still got some future. A calf that's going to be good in terms of when he gets big. A calf that's going to be more in that 1400s kind of when he finishes up. Just have to kind of watch this calf and make sure he develops and blends right behind the shoulders, give him a little more depth of flight. Quality calf that's going to come next, a real functional, sound, easy moving kind of an animal. He's sound and he gets out and goes. That calf that you like in terms of his moderation, a length of body, going to have a good fat steer look when he gets big, just as he continues to stouten up in the future. Calf that comes out next in 3, another calf that's got some extra rib shape and depth and dimension to him. I like the extra soundness that this calf possesses. He bounces fairly well from a side profile for a predominantly Angus calf. A calf that's just maybe not quite as stout and powerful when you step right in behind him. Give him a notch more in terms of his lower hip. Calf that's going to be blue class. Calf that's got some good hair and he's got some future. Another Angus, predominantly Angus kind of a calf. He's got great hair. I like that about him. Another one that's good in terms of his length of body. Just change the way this one balances a little bit. He gets a little steeper and rounder out through his hip. Good class. Go ahead and give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Winning class. Winning class 1 prospect steers. Lillian Stanley, Owen 5. Owen Rooksbury 2nd. Emily Tumo 3rd, and Owen Fox 4th. We are now ready for class 2 Angus steers. Class 3 Charlotte steers being the makeup, bringing class 4 Canadian steers up as well.
Young lady brings us a nice finished fat black steer here to kind of win this division. A calf that when you get your hands on him, he's finished and is covered. He probably rolls just a little bit more than ideal in terms of his condition, but you know, I prefer them to kind of be a little more on the overdone than some of these cattle. A calf that's in the 14s gives you a pretty good look. He's moderate in terms of his length of body. A calf that still has some shape and has some muscle out through his hip. Good in terms of his stifle, really bounces fairly well in his lower level bounce from his brisket to his flank. A calf, as you set him into motion, gets a little straighter off the both ends of his skeleton. You like to kind of push him back and more relax him in terms of his shoulder. Just set him back in there just a skosh. But I think a really good finished fat steer. The other lady's done a nice job getting this from fed because he's ready to rock and roll today. Give her a round of applause. Thank you. Young man brings us a real nice sharp steer here to be your champion. A calf that's fun to evaluate in a lot of areas. For a calf that's got that kind of shape and dimension as you study him, he's still smooth in terms of his shape and his design. He's long muscle right there. A calf, when he gets into motion, he's extremely comfortable the way he flexes at the surface. It's kind of fun to watch when you get these fat steers that are this big, and this is a finished calf, and he's good in that regard, but still gets out and goes, and he's comfortable where he hits the surface. It's all sort of correlation in terms of the way that the calf is built out of the upside of his skeleton, comes down into his big feet, he just flexes extremely well. Love the extra depth and dimension this calf has. I think a really nice fast steer. Young man should be proud. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Your champion Charolais steer goes to Parker Head. He is also your Putnam County champion. We are now ready for Class 4 Candia steers. There is 3 entries, and 2 more, Isabel Blaze and Ava Byron. Getting ready for Class 5 Hereford steers. We need Maddie Lawson and Clay Pennington in the makeup.
variants here. We're going to go just pull right here. Some variants in weight, but I would say a lot of similarities in the way these cattle are finished. I'd say they all need just more cover and finish, and not in that regard. I decided to go ahead and start with this black calf. Just thought a real powerful, stout one. He's got big features in terms of his foot size, in terms of his bone. He's probably expressive as any in terms of the shape and muscle of his hip. He gets a little disappointing when you get your hands on him. I like to see this calf, especially where he's approaching this size and weight, to have a little more cover, have just a little more punch right out the backside of his shoulder, become just a little bit more of a man. Calf that's okay in terms of his soundness, but I just thought his overall stoutness a feature, the soundness of bone and muscle. Had to go ahead and start with that. Steer, congratulations to her. 2 and 3 became a little more challenging because this calf's probably the closest when you get your hands on him in terms of being finished. He's got a smooth finish. He's not done. I'm not saying he is, but I thought this calf was just more acceptable in the way he handles it as he gets out in motion. This calf's built better in terms of the way he gets designed, the way he gets out and hits the surface off of both ends of his skeleton. He's probably a little bigger foot and heavier bone than the calf that's going to be in 3. Does he have as much wow factor when you get right behind him as the calf that's going to conclude the class? Absolutely not. I just thought that just in terms of balance, soundness, that go ahead there. Black and white calf here is going to conclude the class. A calf that you do have to appreciate. I mean, his upper thin set, this calf's got as much shape and muscle as any. A calf that still has some feature. He's still got some look in terms of his head and neck. He's got good in terms of his stifle in that regard. Get your hands on him. He's the furthest away from finish in terms of his cover if you get your hands on him. But then the really deciding factor with steer goes 3 is a little too straight off the both ends of his skeleton and gets a little more restricted in the way he handles, especially his front end. But a really good calf. They've done a nice job with the steer. Got him represented well. Congratulations to them. Give a round of applause. Thank you.
We need Class 5 Hereford steers, Maddie Lawson and Clay Pennington in the ring. We need Class 6 limousine steers to the makeup ring. Completing Class 4 Kenya steers, champion was Ava Byram, reserve was Emily Tumal, and your champion Putnam County was Ava Byram.
really nice over steers here to choose from, and the steer that's going to go ahead and win, he just has to because of his extra presence, his extra stoutness, his extra power, and along with that, a calf that's right there nearing finish weight, and I think a calf, as he gets into motion, he's real comfortable in the way he handles his hip and hind leg. A calf that has plenty of shape and muscle when you get your hands on him. I think he goes well to his pin set. He could probably be a nickel wider when he goes away from you. You probably want to just relax him just a skosh in terms of his shoulder up there just to make him just a little more comfortable and his neck up here just a little bit longer out of his front end. But I think there's a lot of good positive traits to this calf. He's finished. He's ready to rock. He can handle himself. Congratulations to that young man being your champion. Young lady comes out with your reserve, and I think a good calf in his own right, probably relative to his size. He's the bigger footed, heavier bone of the particular pair. A calf that has some muscle. I love the way this one balances extremely well out. His upper level balance is probably better than that calf right ahead. He ties a little higher out of the top side of his shoulder. Calf that's just a little further away from kind of finished weight, finished condition. I know they all vary in terms of the way they finish. But this calf, he's got a good cover coming on him. He's just maybe not quite there today. I think he would steadily progress. Also, just going to change the way he handles his hop right there, his foot right there to the surface. Young lady does an excellent job. Has him presented well. Good job to her. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Winning Class 6 limousine steers in the show ring. Winning Class 7 Mayon Juice steers in the makeup. Winning the Class Herefords steers, champion Clay Pennington, reserve Manny Lawson, and Manny Lawson was also your champion in Putnam County.
Lady brings us a nice limousine steer here to be your champion. He's just the better show steer of the two. A calf that's more attractive in through front 1/3 and the calf that's going to be in two. Calf really gets into motion. He's still built extremely well in that standpoint in terms of the way he's able to hit his tracks. Calf that's got a good finish coming along. He's got the extra depth and dimension. Calf, you probably give him a little more muscle and have a portion of the skeleton out through his hip just to stouten him up and Young man brings us a good steer here to be a reserve. A calf that's still sound and functional in his own regard. A calf that's nearing finish, there's no doubt about it, because of his nature. He's going to be a more modern in nature, and he's done a good job getting him bred to this point. This calf's really close, and I'd say he's right in there. Calf's still balanced, it's okay. He gets probably a little more forward in terms of his brisket, but up front, through 2/3, I like a bunch about this calf. Has some shape, has some muscle. A good calf, just maybe not quite as attractive as the calf that's champion. Young man does a good job. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
We need class 7 male G steers in the ring. Chase Harthorpe, Laura Edgar. We need Shorthorn plus steers, class 8 to the makeup. Winning champion limousine steer, Madeline Toulon. She will also be your champion Putnam County. Reserve Luke Underwood. He is also your reserve Putnam County.
They're nice man AG steers. They have a lot of similarities when you start to study them in terms of their muscle shape. I would say both of them are very relative in their pin setting. They're relative from their hooks to their pins. The calf that's going to be your champion in front of me, I think just does so with a little better balanced package when you study him in the side profile. He matches his skeletal integrity in terms of being upper level balance, lower level balance. Give you a good left look from the side profile standpoint. Calf probably needs to get out and reach just a little bit better as he gets into motion. And it all kind of starts right there in his hot placement. He gets just a little more restricted in that regard. But I thought just in terms of his presence and his overall balance, the steer to go ahead and be your champion. Congratulations to him. The young lady steer that said a good calf that's going to come out here in 2, a calf that has some presence about it in terms of his head and it reads into some stoutness. He probably has more upper muscle when you get your hands on him. I said they're good in their pattern. I should have explained a little better. I would say they're better, they're the same in their pattern in terms of getting right behind them and their hip muscle shape, because this calf does have more true muscle when you get your hands on him in the upper portion of the skeleton. A calf that's really neat and elegant out of his front end. He's got some good in terms of his depth. He's a little further away in terms of just condition in that regard. Probably gets just a nickel straight. I would say they're similar in that regard. I thought a nice steer here to I decided to go ahead and go with the young man's red steer. I just think he gives you a little better fat steer look from a side profile standpoint. Really comfortable in his angles, how he gets out of his hip. Calf that's probably better in terms of his forward and his lower level balance in terms of his overall depth. Calf that's got some feature in terms of his foot. A calf that's a little more deceiving probably in terms of his muscle pattern. A calf that does have enough muscle right in the upper portion of his skeleton. Comes out with a fairly wide pin. He just doesn't quite carry it as deep in terms of his hip and design as the calf is going to be in two in terms of deepness of twist and overall muscle shape right there. A calf that finishes and handles fairly well. Young man does a great job. That's a good steer to be the champion. Maybe my microphone's telling me I've talked too much. The calf that's going to be out too, this young lady's calf, there's some things I really like about this calf. I mean, he's got a big top plate into him. You get your hands on him, he impresses you right out the backside of his shoulder. He's real expressive in terms of his pin setting and his depth of his twist and his muscle. I like that about him. He's a heavy bone kind of a calf. He's not as force jointed. He's maybe not clipped down as tight, but I'd say that calf's still fairly smooth in terms of his joint setting. Where it sort of meet in 2 or 3, this calf wants to open just a nickel in terms of his shoulder and just his lower level balance. I wish this calf just had that set down fat steer look from his, from his sheet to his flank right through there, and just his overall depth of his front foreleg. I think this calf probably, if you could get this calf on up another 100, 150, I think that calf would really appreciate that, and he would look better in terms of his overall depth. But I think a heck of a good calf here to be your reserve because of the shape and muscle. I like cattle that muscle, and that calf sure does have it. Congratulations to her. Young lady's black and white calf, the attractive pretty one of the group, and there's no doubt about it. He's attractive through his head and neck. He's tight in terms of his dewlap. I like that about him. A calf that bounces well from a side profile standpoint. Just need to see this calf a little further along. I think a calf that's got the best days ahead or whether what you're going to be doing with him. But I like his balance and I like his look. Just need to see this calf a little further along today to compete with 1 and 2. Young lady does a nice job. Always has some stuff. Give her a round of applause. Thank you.
We will be taking a 10-minute break between market editors and showmanship. We will start with the senior showmanship. There's 2 classes of senior. We will do intermediate and junior. Then we will take a 10-minute break between junior and overall showman.
Another good class, and the steer that I'm going to start with, he's just the truest when you study this one and the upper portion of the skeleton all the way to the surface. A calf that's room from end to end. He's more three-dimensional when you study him. Captain has some muscle. And his big advantage probably over the captain too is the way he handles his hock. He's square. He's square from hooks to pins and pins to his lip. A cap that's still good in terms of his motion. A nice finish cap here to be your champion. Congratulations to that young man. The student's going to come out and blue. Young man's done a nice job, you know, with his cap, getting some hair on him. A real attractive make kind of a cap. In terms of the way he ties out on the top side of his shoulder, a cap that's good from his shoulder to his hip. But when you get him out and going, he's just not as comfortable on the move. Again, just a little, and then he just doesn't want to quite square up when he goes right away from you. But a good cap there to be reserved. Congratulations to him. Young lady's big little cap that's going to come out next. One that's chock full of muscle. I like that about him. He's square hip. He's got a big stipple laid into him. Cap is still sound and he's futuristic in terms of his balance. A cap that just needs to get further along in terms of his condition to play with the ones and 1 and 2. Give him a round of applause. Thank you. Our champion scimitar steer is Riley Castillo. Our reserve is Jacob Mann, and then our champion Putnam County would be Charlie Toulon. Coming in now is Class 10 crossbred steers. We have Bryson Snyder, Haley Fox, Frederick Mann, Aubrey Hayden, and Luke Bell. Be getting ready, Class 11 should be to the makeup, and be getting ready your market Heifer's Class 12.
Class 11, crossbred steers need to be in the makeup. We need Lamb B, Eastman Tumor, and Chase Harcourt. Class 11 in the makeup. Please keep getting ready. Class 12, market heifers.
Young man's black cap that includes the
Class 11 crossbred steers, Liam B, Easton Tumar, and Chase Harcourt. Winning Class 10 was Bryson Snyder, second was Ariane Heyman, third Luke Bell, fourth was Haley Fox, and fifth was Frederick Mann. Again, Class 11 is coming in the ring. We need Class 12 market heifers in the makeup.
Nice show steer here to go ahead and win this class with the young man's black steer out front here. Kevin really impresses you when you get your hands on him. He's big, shapely back. He's big, bended. He's got that big rump laid back into him. Kevin's still heavy in terms of the structure. I like the extra capacity and depth that it gives you from a side profile standpoint. Change the way this calf gets in the goes. He wants to change, be a little bit into his knee. But a calf that's finished, he's fat, he's stout, he has to win. Congratulations to that young man. Did a nice job. A little more challenging there because I think a very just sets a little bit better in that regard relative to the calf at 3. A calf that's fault-free in terms of his build. He's good in his condition. He's getting there. Again, he gives you a good look from a side profile. Not a whole heck of a lot wrong with this calf, and that's why he goes into 2. And I'd say he has a little more shape and muscle than the calf at 3, which is a little wider pin set, but a very good calf to be in 2. Real problem-free kind of a calf. Calf is going to roll out in 3, a bigger scale kind of a calf, a little longer spine in that regard. A calf that's still sound and he's functional in that regard. Calf that's good in terms of his condition. Got a big old deep rib into him. He's probably been an easy feed calf in that regard. He just wants to taper a little bit too much for me from his hooks to his pins and his pin web. I think you can kind of express this calf a little more shape and muscle. Push that calf a little harder than 2. Good class of crossbreds. Give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Completing class 11. First is Chase Hardcore. Second is Liam B. Third is Easton Tumon. We're now ready to select your champion crossbred. For class 1, we need Bryson Snyder. And for class 11, we need Chase Hardcore. Please bring out your class 12 market heifers, Aurora B. We will pick champion market heifer, and then we will take a 10-minute break before we do senior showmanship, class 1.
Give back to your class winners here in your crossbred steer. Give a round of applause as well. A good crossbred steer show, and I think both of these steers represent quality. That little calf, I thought that that's just a calf that's comfortable in terms of his motion. He's got the best show steer look of that contemporary group. Calf that's got some look, and calf that just needed a little more time to kind of get there, kept winning the 900. Then we just talked about calf here to come out last class. Really ultra stout, ultra powerful. He's ready to rock and roll today. He's going to be your champion. There goes that man.
Champion crossbred steer goes to Chase Hardcore. He is also your champion Putnam County. We need Liam B.
Got that second place calf out, and it comes a little bit closer, but ultimately we're here at a finished fat steer show and setting, and sometimes being the next fattest kind of best available kind of a calf is a good place to be in certain places. Young man's black steer is going to be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Reserve champion goes to Liam B. He is also your reserve Putnam County. We need class 12. Aurora B. market heifer.
lady brought us a nice market heifer here to be your champion. A heifer that you like in terms of her balance. A heifer that's a little deceiving. I think she has more muscle than you would anticipate from viewing her on the side profile standpoint. Heifer has plenty of muscle when you get right in behind her. I like that about her. She's still sound and correct in her movement. A nice heifer. A little bit further away in terms of her condition to be kind of the finish if you're showing her as a market heifer. Young lady's doing a great job. Give her a round of applause and bring her champion market heifer.
Your champion market heifer goes to Aurora B. We will now take a 10-minute break before we do showmanship, and then we will be ready for Class 1 senior showman. We need Taylor Underwood, Riley Castillo, Ray Weintraub, Brooklyn Oliver, Isabel Blaze, and Hunter Head. Again, we will take a 10-minute break. This is your 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. We need Class 1 senior showmanship to the makeup. We need Taylor Underwood, Riley Castile, Ray Weintraub, Brookley Oliver, Isabel Blaze, and Hunter Madden. We are ready for Class 1, Senior Showmanship. Taylor Underwood, Riley Castile, Ray Weintraub, Brookley Oliver, Isabel Blaze, and Hunter Madden. We are now starting the showmanship portion of our beat show today. We would like to thank our Queen Corps for being with us all day. We'd like to introduce our Queen in Miss Congeniality, Madison Stahl, our first runner-up, Sydney Moore, our second runner-up, Maddie Elliott, and our third runner-up, Callie Pesco. Thank you, ladies, for being here today with us. Our rating help today are Parker Hacker, Kennedy Clark, Grace Fry, and Sarah Fry.
here in our first little heat here of senior showmanship. I'm going to keep the three that are over here on the far side that come back for your finals, and we'll give a round of applause. The nice thing about showmanship is it's a culmination of your time and effort, being able to put the time and effort into these cattle throughout the summer or starting last fall, getting these things broke, being able to get them shown. I thought they did a nice job being efficient. Nice thing is just trying to be able to pull your cattle, have the presence, but being able to pull them and not have to use your stick to kind of keep them squared up or keep them the way you want them to. You want them to be natural in their stance. They always look a notch better. Let's congratulate them all as those three will come back in our finals and continue to be working hard.
We're now ready for Class 2 Senior Showmanship. We need Clay Pennington, Bryson Snyder, Bailey Haddon, and McKaylee Danhauer. Winning Class 1 was Hunter Haddon, Brooklyn Oliver, and Taylor Underwood.
a good heat here in our senior showmanship. I'm going to keep the three here to the left. The black, red, gold. I thought just did an efficient job of getting our animals set up, fairly knowledgeable about their project. And the other young lady that's left out still does a nice job getting that camp set up in a timely fashion. But I thought they just did a little bit quicker, a little more efficiently. Let's give them a round of applause and we'll get into our finals.
Coming back from Class 2 will be Clay Pennington, Bryson Snyder, and Bailey Hadd. We are now ready for champion senior showman. We need from Class 1, Taylor Underwood, Brooklyn Oliver, Hunter Hatton. We need Clay Pennington, Bryson Snyder, and Bailey Hadd from Class 2. Please be bringing up intermediate showman, Class 3. We've got a different breakdown of the classes. We've had some scratches, so we are Class 3 intermediate showman will be Owen Rooksbury, Haley Fox, Emlyn Tumo, Colin O'Donnell, Emma Miner, and Chloe Oliver. That will be Class 3 intermediate. We are now picking our top 3 senior showmen. We will need the intermediate Class 3 to the makeup ring. Again, those people in Class 3 are Owen Rooksbury, Haley Fox, Emlyn Tumo, Colin O'Donnell, Emma Miner, and Chloe Oliver. Again, we redid the intermediate. There's only going to be 2 showmanship classes. I just called for Class 3 to the makeup.
Let's give all of our finalists here in our senior division a round of applause. A good division, and the 3 that are in contention here are on the wall, and I think they've all done a good job, but these 3 just are very efficient in their makeup. I like how they utilize the whole entire ring. We've got a nice ring here that's got some comfort, and it's got some room and space, and I thought they did a nice job just being able to utilize the ring. And if you watch these three, especially, and I mean, these all are doing a nice job, but just their ability to be able to pull that animal into place. Sometimes when you're kind of towards the tail end, you got your work cut out for you a little bit more than maybe the first person because you're constantly adjusting and moving. And I think it comes down, it's always a personal preference, and it's always the hardest thing to do is, you know, the showmanship. It's a fun thing to do because these kids have done a lot of work, and they don't just come out here and show them like they show them by sticking a halter on them as they go every day. It's a lot of time in the yard, it's a lot of time with these animals, and I think they do just an excellent job. I just thought, one, just in terms of presence and just always having that animal locked in, dialed in throughout the day, not only the day, but out here in the final drive. Young lady in the picture is going to be your
goes to Bailey Mann. She will be presented with the John Risk Memorial. Presenting will be Mike Risk.
You can just pull her back behind her, wherever. Out here for reserve, I thought both of these, it's very close between Fairgrounds. One, I just think in terms of his presence and always having that animal just a little more elevated, probably a little better presented and showing that heifer in terms of where she needs to be. She's going to fire up, I'm still going to use you, but these numbers. I don't know what she didn't like, but that young man's done an excellent job all day long, and I'm not going to pull that against him once they there. She fired, and I know he can show a calf. They all can show a calf. Young lady that comes out here in third, I think another one, just able to pull that heifer in. You know, the heifer's probably just a notch bigger shouldered. If you can just pull her front end together just a little bit to present it. It's some nickel and diamond here in this top three because I thought they all did an excellent job. Give us and we'll have the excellent ring. Congratulations to them.
Your champion senior showman goes to Bailey Hen, reserve Hunter Hen, and your third overall is Brooklyn Oliver. We are now ready to show Class 3 Intermediate. We need Owen Brooksbury, Haley Fox, Emlyn Tumo, Colin O'Donnell, Emma Minor, and Chloe Oliver. We need Class 4 coming to the makeup. We need Bentley Deere, Jacob Mayen, Jace Wagner, Parker Haddon, Aubrey Ann Heyman, Liam B., and Merlin Stalkoff.
first heat here in our intermediate. I'm going to keep the 3 against the wall over here to be coming back, just like I spoke all day. Just utilization of the ring, efficiency, still being knowledgeable about the project. I still think it's fairly important, to educate. These kids are very educated, and there's a future, so they need to know what's going on with the project. They need to continue to help promote them into the future. There's a lot of people that don't raise livestock that need to know. That they're knowledgeable, they can tell them about their projects, they can advocate for beef animals or any kind of livestock. Let's give them all once and our livestock.
Winning class 3 was Owen Rooksbury, and won 2 more, and Chloe Oliver. We now need class 4, intermediate, Bentley Deere, Jacob Mann, Jace Wagner, Parker Head, Aubrey and Heyman, Liam B., and Merlis Dolcock.
Another solid heat here in our intermediate division. I'm going to keep the three that are against the wall here. Just very good, very knowledgeable about our projects. Some of these cattle maybe not quite giving these individuals their full chance, getting a little more out. That's why you continue to kind of keep them work with, keep them going. Congratulations to all of them. We'll give them a round of applause and we'll get into our finals. Thanks.
Coming back into Class 3, we have Bentley Deer, Parker Haddon, and Berlin Stalcott. We now need Owen Brooksbury, Emily Tumall, Chloe Oliver, Bentley Deer, Parker Haddon, and Berlin Stalcott for champion intermediate showman.
give all our finalists here in our intermediate division a round of applause. A very competitive division, and I thought they did an excellent job. I thought all 6 of them were able to set their animals very efficiently. Probably came down to a few of them how they handled themselves from time to time, making sure that they were square at the side-by-side, or maybe they were in line, or giving just enough space. It's nice to give it, you got to be able to handle that if somebody has to pull out, loop around, make sure you give them some space, but keeping them still tight enough that they're still able to be viewed side by side. I thought it was one of the tougher divisions. I thought everybody was fairly knowledgeable about their projects. The one that just kind of does it for me and just the way they handle their animal and just always have them presented, not just now, but throughout the whole entire day. Young man with the cowboy hats can be. We get out here for reserve, and it's a very close call throughout these, and I just think, their ability to have this animal leading throughout the whole entire time, and just being able to keep them moving and always having them set up. The Heifer getting a little antsy out right now, but throughout the whole entire time, she didn't need assistance. She was able to help out. Young lady over here on my left is going to be reserved. We get out here for third, and I think it's fairly close between these two. The young man's done a good job all day long. Heifer's getting a little bit tired from time to time, maybe not quite getting around the ring. Young lady Stu, I think she does a nice job of getting that animal set up. Probably takes her just a nickel more time to kind of get that animal set up to the best of his ability. So there's some give and take between these two. I'm going to go with the young man over to my right to be third, and then I think it's really good around the ball.
Your champion junior showman or intermediate showman goes to Parker Head. Your reserve is Chloe Alder, and your third is Owen Brooksberry. We now need class 5, first class of junior showman, Madeline Tumar, Luke Underwood, Laura Eater, Luke Pell, and Shane O'Donnell. Getting ready, class 7. Kinley Knox, Owen Fox, Braylon Bruce, Maddie Lawson, and Kinsey Danhauer.
Big class here in our junior division, and I'm going to keep the two over here to my right to come back for the finals. Let's give them all a round of applause. Coming back from class 6 is Madeline Tumo and Luke Underwood. We need class 7, Kinley Knotts, Owen Fox, Braylon Gross, Maddie Lawson, and Kinsey Hanauer. Please be bringing class 8 to the makeup. Allie Fielding, Easton Tumor, Remington Ames, John Pell, and Aurora B. During our next meeting, I'm going to keep the three young ladies over on the far side to come back for finals. I do want to point out, I do appreciate the young lady with black and white helping her try to get that Hereford little, he getting a little stubborn. You know, it's always good to be able to try to help. I know it detracts a little bit for maybe when you're showing, but try to be courteous and try to help them cattle move ahead of you. I appreciate that. It doesn't go unnoticed. Let's give one more round of applause.
The three kept out of class 7 is Kinsey Knotts, Maddie Lawson, and Kinsey Down. We are now ready for class 8. Allie Field. We are now ready for class 8. We need Allie Fielding, Easton Tumall, Remington Ames, John, and Aurora B. Please bring up class 9. Charlie Tumall, Waylon Blade, Douglas Lawson, and Rylan Wagner in the makeup.
class here in our junior showmanship. I'm going to keep the two young ladies against the wall and coming back. It's always fun getting to ask these kids different questions about their animals. They're very knowledgeable, and it's always enjoyable to listen to them. Give them a round of applause next to the ring. I appreciate it. And we'll get on to our next team. Good job.
Coming back from Class 8 will be Allie Fielding and Remington Ames. We are now entering Class 9 will be Charlie Tumor, Waylon Blaze, Douglas Lawson, and Rylan Meyer. Once we are done picking champion junior showman, we will take a 10-minute break, and then we will do the overall showman. Tumall, Luke Underwood, Kinley Knotts, Maddie Lawson, Kenzie Danauer, Allie Fielding, Remington Ames, Charlie Tumall, and Rylan Wagner. Again, once we're done with picking junior champion, we will take a 10-minute break.
people that have spent a little more time on the project, and then some of them it's their first time coming out here. And I thought that overall it's always one of the more competitive ones because I think the kids are still young enough that they got to listen and they got to go out for showmanship, and they do a nice job. There's no doubt about it. As we get out here, I know some of these guys were getting just a little bit tired, probably taking a little too long myself, and but I thought all three of these did probably the best job, just being efficient in terms of getting animals set up. There's one that just always has her in line, always has her just kind of set up and looking her best. She's getting tired. The young lady in the middle is going to be her champion. For reserve and third, I think it's fairly close. I think both of them do a nice job. There's one that just maybe a little more show ring presence, being able to get that animal collected at most times. A few times just taking a little bit of the loop, a little bit too often. Thought maybe she was in a pretty good setting, but she just went ahead and moved and pulled. But I think she still does an excellent job getting the heifer set up. Young lady in the red's going to be congratulations.
Your champion junior showman goes to Kinley Knotts. Your reserve is Allie Fielding. And your third overall is Madeline Tumor. We will take a 10-minute break and we will be back here at 3:30. This is your 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. We need Bailey Hatton, Hunter Hatton, Brooklyn Oliver, Parker Hatton, Chloe Oliver, Owen Rooksbury, Kinley Knotts, Allie Fielding, and Madeline Tumall in the makeup ring. Okay, we're ready for the overall showman. We need coming in the ring at this time. We need Bailey Hatton, Hunter Hatton, Brooklyn Oliver, Parker Hatton, Chloe Oliver, Owen Rooksbury, Kinley Knotts, Allie Fielding, and Madeline Tumall. This is for overall showman. We will pick 5. Yep, we'll pick 5.
what you like about the beat project to everybody, and I also want you to tell why somebody should join the beat project that's maybe an outsider looking in, or maybe somebody that's young enough that hasn't quite got started, why they should choose the beat project. And I'll hold your cap here, and I'll just walk through the mic.
I like the Beat Project because it is something that I really love to do. Showing houses is something that I do all year round, and I really enjoy doing it because the animals are like my best friends, so I just really love the house. And then if I wanted someone to join the Beat Project, I would say to join it because it's a really good opportunity to be able to get out there and meet new people and to be able to make new friends. I made some of my best friends with the house industry, and I get to meet people all over every state in the U.S., so I would definitely encourage you to join it. And my name is Bailey Hack.
My name is Hunter. My name is Hunter Gatton, and I would recommend getting into the Beat Project to any first year member or any young kid that just wants to get out and try it. It's a really good opportunity to learn how to cooperate with the animals, and it's just, it's fun, like Bailey said, that you're going to meet a lot of new people and new friends and everything, and just get along with the animals and everything, and that's it. It's been a big part of my life.
My name is Brooklyn Oliver, and I really enjoy the show because it really just brings you together as one big family. You make a lot of new friends that feel like family to you. And I would encourage younger members to join and show me just because of the time and effort that you get put into it. It teaches you a lot about responsibility and work ethic. Thank you.
My name is Parker Haddon, and things that I really like about the Beat Project is I've met some of the very best people that I've ever met in my life. They have helped me a lot get here where I am today. Also, another reason that I would have a first-year member or a new member join the Beat thing is probably just because of how docile they can be. If you got a really good one there, they're really sweet, and it makes all your work worthwhile. Have you come out here and you can see what you've done over the years. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chloe Oliver. I think that everyone should try out the Beat Farm because you can learn so much and there's so many opportunities you can learn with people and everything else. My favorite thing about it is definitely the relationships that I've built through this fall and all the help and support that I've got through everyone else. Thank you. people could join the league because it's fun to work with and fun to watch them go out.
Pretty well heard a common theme across the whole entire thing. If that just doesn't get you fired up, they build friendship, they spend time. It's a rewarding project. It's one of the most rewarding projects of all. There's no doubt about it, whether you started on these animals last fall or in the past, and being able to kind of come to fruition, because this cattle project is a time commitment, and you can do that across the board. It's exciting to have young kids, and I always like I get to see them myself when I'm coming in through the ring and I'm asking them various questions, but I always like for everybody around ringside that, you know, the knowledge and the power, and these kids they got great ideas and they got good ambitions, and they love the projects that they do, and they compete at the highest level. You get out here into your supreme showmanship and or your best of your 9, and I got to pick a top 5. I mean, it doesn't really matter. We could walk these cattle and try to wear them out and then try to see who's the last one standing, because all 9 of them do an excellent job. That's why they were in their division. That's why they're here. It's a total personal preference when you get to this standpoint, because their ability to get the animal set up and get the animal presented is to the highest degree already. So I'm going to go out and I guess I'll just go ahead and announce it, and we'll move on so we can get to the night show later tonight. But one, just always had the animal just incredibly set up at all times, just ring presence, being able to just have that animal looking good and presented to the highest degree. Young lady who won the get out here for a reserve, and I think you know, there's several of them that continue to come in terms of being able to get their animals set up or keep them under control. The young man over here with cowboy hat's going to do that. I could go through and I could tell you, you know, the subtle differences of what these are, but like I just stated earlier, I think they all do a fine job. They put the time, they put the effort into getting these animals set up to the highest degree. We go third, it's going to be the young man here. I think the heifer just maybe doesn't like me, but he does a fine job with her. He's able to control her, no doubt about it. He's put the time. We get into 4th and 5th. They're both in line here. I think they both did an excellent job. These two young lady in the right space. Your overall champion showman goes to Bailey Head. Your reserve goes to Parker Head. 3rd overall is Hunter Head. Your 4th overall is Brooklyn Oliver. And your 5th goes to Chloe Oliver. That ends the beat show for the day.